don't believe what you hear.
Questions have arisen over the fate of an interconnected world.
The world isn't deglobalizing. Russia's war in Ukraine.
Russia has chosen to double down on its aggression.
China's bold ambitions.
Would you say the lines across Asia are being redrawn?
And America's new assertiveness.
We're going to stand up for our values and for our interests.
Mean commerce is more crucial than ever. So is financial stability. For companies and governments, the new imperatives are solidarity, sustainability, and security. Here in Ireland and across the continent, the new economy is flourishing. In green technologies, in advanced manufacturing, in low-carbon transportation, in artificial intelligence. But to keep thriving, the new economy needs new safeguards, new defenses, and new supply chains. Deglobalization is a myth. Reglobalization is reality. Welcome to Bloomberg New Economy Gateway Europe.
Please welcome Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Bloomberg New Economy Gateway Europe. Wow, what a program we had yesterday, and what an exceptional evening. The cuisine by Gráinne O'Keeffe, the Irish ballads by Honor. Today, we continue our journey into reglobalization with panels, interviews, and breakouts on everything from European security to setting the pace on regulation to crypto's comeback. And we are honored to have with us 2 world leaders, Ante Tausic, Leo Varadkar, the Taoiseach and Prime Minister of Serbia, Ana Brnabić, as well as the former President of Croatia, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović. Folks, as always, I have a little housekeeping to do with you. The closed captioning you'll see is on the side screens. Simultaneous translation to Mandarin, should you need it, is available on headsets at the back of the room. We want you to get out there on your favorite social platforms and share what you're doing here. Hashtag New Economy Gateway. The Magic Leap Metaverse demo is still upstairs on the 4th floor next to registration. If you haven't checked it out, do not miss the opportunity to experience augmented reality right here at Powers Court. And of course, Q&A and polling. We do want to hear from you. You were an unbelievably engaged audience yesterday, and I expect no less from you today. For those of you who weren't here, it is as simple as scanning that, the QR code, with your mobile phone. That way you can submit questions to our moderators and, of course, participate in live polling. The live polling, I thought, was incredibly revealing yesterday, particularly when it came to the Guinness. And I expect it to be no less revealing today. Let's begin, everybody. It is my great pleasure to introduce Her Excellency Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, the former President of Croatia, Lord Kim Derrick, member of the House of Lords, former National Security Advisor, and the former British Ambassador to the United States of America, and your moderator, my friend and colleague, Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua.
Your Excellencies, and thank you so much for joining us. Now, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has really united Europe on a common cause and fast-tracked NATO membership for Finland and Sweden. In fact, we saw Finland joining 2 weeks ago. Now, the solidarity is actually being tested by the heavy costs of a protracted war. So to try and piece all of this together, we have 30 minutes, and I urge a lot of questions from the audience as well to see what's the best way forward for Europe diplomacy, and can Europe really satisfy both its economic needs and its security imperatives. So thank you both for joining us. Madam President, let me start with you. This is one of the most complicated issues, of course, that the world has been facing for the last 30 years. How long do you see Europe and its allies continuing to provide support economically through weapons to Ukraine?
Good morning, everyone. To answer your question very simply, we're in for a long haul. Right now, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, has turned into a war of attrition that has more or less become frozen in terms of the gains of either side. It's a war of attrition of Ukraine's resources, both human and technical military resources, and it's a war of attrition of us, of our own will to support Ukraine in order to spread war fatigue and to try to break our unity, which is more important than ever. Now, sending messages from the transatlantic community that we will stand with Ukraine and support Ukraine for however long it takes are good to boost morale. But I also think that we need to be a lot more specific in terms of the ways that we are going to assist Ukraine to prevail in this war militarily and for Ukraine to remain a sovereign and independent state, which is the preposition of any future peace talks, and looking towards the end of the war, it should be a crucial part of any peace agreement. All wars end in peace negotiations. Right now, I don't see any genuine motivation on either side to sit down at the negotiating table. So the weeks and months ahead of us, where either side would have to gain the military momentum for Ukraine to be able to demonstrate that they can continue to win the war, and for Russia on their side to be able to demonstrate that they can fight back and not be defeated. The military momentum will define the immediate future and the way that we will continue to support Ukraine. However, we need to step up the quantity and the quality of military assistance and all other assistance to Ukraine in order for them to be able to make major gains.
But Lord Dare, do you worry actually that domestic politics are starting to intervene in certain European countries that makes it more difficult to continue this kind of support?
I do. I mean, I agree basically with everything that's been said so far. I think there are some outliers like Hungary, but Western unity has hung together better than many would have expected through this phase. I think 420 days so far since the Russian invasion. And as long as the Ukrainians are doing well, I think Western support will remain solid. If you want to worry about it, and diplomats used to be paid to worry about things, if it starts to look later this year, I mean, we're in the middle of a sort of Russian offensive. I think there is a Ukrainian offensive happening probably starting in May. If it's starting to look like a stalemate by the end of this year and neither side has really made decisive progress, I would worry then about whether European governments are prepared indefinitely to continue with the three strands that are costing them quite a lot. Higher prices for fuel and for food, the cost of looking after several million Ukrainian refugees, and the cost of supplying the Ukrainian armed forces. And without Western support, Ukraine couldn't fight a week, I don't think. So that is absolutely crucial. I wonder about American politics next year and whether President Biden, assuming he runs again, which I think he will want to go into the election fighting another, what looks like a forever war. So I do think there is potentially a time limit on how long you can guarantee Western support. I think it's essential that Ukraine succeeds, that Russia is essentially defeated, though quite how you define defeat is another conversation. But I'm not absolutely confident it can last indefinitely, and I agree very much with the President that I don't see any prospects for a diplomatic solution in the short to medium term. Neither side, I think, is interested in negotiations at this stage. Maybe towards the end of the year we'll see, but not yet.
And we'll look at the outcome in just a second, but if you look, Madam President, at the grain transit rules, and it's unclear as an outsider to really try and understand what are the turning points. If backing away from maybe some support from Ukraine is because economically some countries will feel that they don't get enough, does the change in support to Ukraine actually shift in the coming year?
I think what's most important in all of this is that most of the world, looking at the UN General Assembly resolutions, has condemned the attempt to change borders by military force, territorial aggression. So we need to protect the postulates of international law, of state sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity. However, looking into the future, we will be looking also into this information warfare. And disinformation warfare, and trying to affect the audiences on either side. The Russian goals are certainly to break the morale of Ukrainians to fight. And we've seen these disinformation operations, especially in the east of Ukraine. Well, we've seen decades and years of operations, but now in the east of Ukraine, you have what Ukrainians are calling waiters, people who are not ready to evacuate certain areas because apparently they're waiting for Russian forces to be able to occupy the areas and then work from within to support Russia's cause. On the other hand, Russia is also trying to influence our own information space and to break down our will. So we were quite lucky that last winter was relatively mild, so we did not pay a high price in terms of energy. But weaponization of energy, of food, of grain, of even people, refugees, trying to drive people out of Ukraine and to put an additional burden on the countries in the European Union and elsewhere, are designed to make people, the public, think, okay, is this war really worth fighting for? And this is why it's crucial to change that military momentum for Ukraine to prove that they can indeed win this war. And but I honestly believe, in spite of the differences that we see, especially within the European Union, I think those are minor differences. We have basic unity in supporting Ukraine to provide for self-defense, because they are the side who are defending themselves and defending their territory. The war is not being fought on an inch of Russia's territory, and this is what the whole of the world should be aware of, even those who claim that they're neutral in all of this. And also in taking care that this war does not escalate, not territorially, and not to escalate in different domains from traditional warfare into the RCBN dimension, potentially. But what we have to look at and what we have to prepare seriously for is not just the war that is being fought in terms of territorial domain of land, sea, and air, or water and air, but we have to look at multidimensional operations and capabilities of building our cyber capabilities, capabilities to fight disinformation, but also the fact that in today's world, what traditionally used to be thought of as instruments of soft power, such as investment, trade, etc., are becoming part of the hard power arsenal.
But to you both, and you've dealt with Russia, you've dealt with Vladimir Putin himself closely. When he threatens nuclear war, do you believe him?
Well, that is really dangerous talk, because a nuclear war cannot be won and should never be fought. That has been said so many times before. And I think that even China is very concerned about that, and that China has actually been putting pressure on Russia to de-escalate from that type of warfare. However, we've seen escalation in this war that I don't think that there is a realistic potential possibility of going nuclear, but we cannot exclude any options, because as we've seen from the documents that were leaked just recently, the potential for error in this war is very high. That could potentially escalate the war that we see in Europe, and that certainly has global consequences.
Lord Derek, you were National Security Advisor under David Cameron for the UK. I mean, what's Vladimir Putin's endgame here?
I mean, he's already changed his objectives. It was clear at the outset that he was expecting his forces to sweep into Kyiv within a couple of weeks. The story is that the Russian soldiers had even packed their dress uniforms for their victory parade through the city. And he's now retreated to annexing those 4 provinces, that region in the east in the Donbass. But even there, he only controls a portion of that territory. So he's backed off quite a lot. I think he would now argue that if he can actually gain control over all of that area in the east that he claims now as Russian territory, plus Crimea, plus the land bridge to Crimea, he would call that a success. He would claim that he had protected all of the, what he would describe as ethnically Russians in that region, and historically reclaim Crimea. But if he doesn't get at least that, I do question whether, although he is highly protected in the Kremlin, he has an entourage of ex-KGB people around him, he's very hard to get to. I would question whether unless he can actually deliver that, whether he can survive in the medium term as Russian leader. Because every day in which the famed Red Army fails to actually deliver the victory that everyone was expecting must be humiliation for them, for his generals, and for him. So I think he's in quite a tight spot at the moment.
Can I just add to that? For Putin, this is really an existential issue because the descent that we see in Russia is not going in the direction that we would want to see it, and that is opposition to the war. It's actually dissatisfaction with the way that the war has been fought, that Russia has been losing rather than winning this war. And so far, Putin has been very skillful to shift that blame from himself onto the military leadership. But it really is a question of time when things are going to change and when other people in Russia, who are not necessarily better options, will start to question Putin's leadership. So right now, he has to really solidify what his gains in Ukraine. But let's make no mistakes. Any attempt at peace talks is directed at securing the current gains and then preparing for the next step. So even when we get to the point when we talk about a post-war Ukraine, we still have to talk about dealing with a Russia who will continue to harbor imperialistic and expansionist desires for as long as we have the current structure of leadership.
And is that getting worse also because of the accession of Sweden and Finland to NATO?
Well, I think that was actually a big blowback for Putin. He wanted less NATO and he got more NATO. It's not just the 1,340 or so kilometers of additional border with NATO, but it's the Finnish armed forces who are so well trained and motivated, and the fact that Finland has a history with Russia, of wars in the 20th century, of having lost territories, and having been highly motivated to continue to defend their territory. So the accession of Finland and ultimately Sweden to NATO strengthens both Finland and NATO and Sweden at the point. And once Sweden accedes as well, we'll have about 96% of the European territory actually being under NATO protection and the protection of Article 5.
I want to go to a poll, and then I'll come to you with actually a comment on this, and then the question on the poll. So the poll question, and I urge everyone to actually, through the QR code, answer it, because it's a good question. The most enduring legacy, we're asking, of Russia's invasion of Ukraine will be, and you have multiple choice, A, a stronger NATO and EU, B, Russian dependency on China, so we'll get onto China second, and 3, C, the rise and new world powers in India and the Middle East. So whilst you're actually answering that, and it settles a little bit, how would you answer this, Lord Derek?
Well, I think that NATO is having a good war so far. I think that that Sweden and Finland joining, as has been said, is a huge advance for NATO. Really, really significant, and something Putin cannot possibly have calculated for when he launched this. So that is really important. And NATO so far has stayed really solid on all this. It's been very well led, I think, by Jens Stoltenberg. On the question, though, Russian dependency on China is also very interesting because Russia is deeply dependent now on Chinese support for them in this war. I don't think the Chinese are supplying significant levels of military equipment yet. They might still, but all of the political support in the UN and internationally has been very important. And the Chinese have taken some of the developing world with them in at least a more neutral position on this, even though territorial integrity, you would think, would be a very important principle in the rest of the world. But the relationship between Russia and China has changed. In the old days of the Soviet Union, China was the junior partner. Now Putin goes to Beijing as a supplicant almost. It must be hugely humiliating for him, the way he has to do this. But China believes that this is its century and has got Russia in a different place now, basically as the junior partner.
A reminder to everyone, you can also submit questions actually through the QR code. So we know that this is not the way that Vladimir Putin thought the war would go, but what are we underestimating him on?
What are we underestimating?
Vladimir Putin on?
Well, I think we are... The thing about Putin, and actually if you look at Russian history, the thing that they have a tradition of, is he's prepared for the long haul. And he will guess, he will believe, his people will be telling him that the West might look solid at the moment, but it's not going to last. And that sooner or later, countries will start to peel off, that people will start to put pressure on Zelensky and the Ukrainian leadership to do a deal, any deal, because the costs of the refugees and fuel prices and supplying Ukraine is getting too high. So don't let's think that Putin wouldn't be prepared to do this for years and take whatever casualties, because the Russians are taking much, much higher casualties than the Ukrainians are necessary eventually to win. This guy, if he can stay in power, can really try to outlast us.
Madam President, what do you think the most enduring legacy of this invasion will be?
Well, I do agree that in the immediate and the medium-term future, it's strengthen NATO and the transatlantic relationship, and we really have to stick to that because that is the basis of our mutual defense, not just of Europe, but of the United States. This isn't just about a military campaign in Ukraine. This is about war in different domains, such as energy, disinformation, and this is actually a global fight for the value system and for the world order of the future. So yes, the United States is affected, and the United States cannot think that isolation from this war could bring long-term stability and prosperity for the U.S. But looking at the second aspect, Russia-China, I think this is crucial. China does not want to see Russia defeated and humiliated. However, I think that honestly President Xi is enjoying the current situation where Russia really has become the junior partner to China, and from the Champions League, they descended into the junior leagues. We have to remember Putin's manifesto when he came to power in 1999-2000 to restore Russia's greatness as the basis of being a great state, so territorial space, economic power and standing in the world. And with this huge blunder of invading Ukraine openly, and we can talk about the reasons and the misconceptions that figure into that, he's actually destroyed what he wanted to leave his legacy for the world to restore that Russian empire, that kind of thinking. So Russia, I don't think they will step into the domain of transferring lethal aid to Russia. I think they'll be very careful not to find themselves under sanctions, etc. But they will certainly use this to their advantage. And also, please look at the latest information that the U.S., I think, has released just recently, that Russia has really been investing China a lot into their nuclear capabilities. So combined Russian Chinese nuclear capabilities, and for Russia, the nuclear force is still the biggest deterrent against the West or anybody else. The combined force could really pose a threat to the rest of us.
So given what we know, Lord Derek, March 2023, actually April 2023, what's the right way for the US and Europe to deal with China?
I think we need to continue, first of all, it's a good thing that both European leaders and I'm sure senior American figures are continuing to talk to China. Although I did wonder about some of the things President Macron said when he emerged from those meetings with Xi, 6 hours of meetings with Xi. But it's a good thing we continue to talk to China, provided we send across a consistent and tough message about the way things have to evolve in Ukraine and about the mistake that I think China has made in backing what Russia is doing, given that Chinese principles also involve territorial integrity. Where we get to by 23, which would be a relative success, I think, would be if China has not started supplying any significant quantities of weaponry to Russia, if China has continued to say that there must be no thought of any conceivable use of nuclear weapons of any time, and if they are still in a relatively neutral position, what they claim their public position is on the whole thing, and if by then Ukraine has captured a significant amount of territory back from Russia, and we're starting to get to a position where it's possible to imagine some sort of diplomatic process starting up.
Madam President, how do you think we should deal with China?
Well, there are certainly areas where we have to talk to China. One of them being, for instance, climate change. And, thinking about the immediate threats to our security in Europe because of this war, we cannot forget that climate change continues, and that, to me, is one of the weapons of mass destruction. So that is certainly one of the areas where we have to talk about. Now, looking at China's peace plan for Ukraine, which is more of a geopolitical statement than an actual peace plan, there are three important positive elements that we can talk about. First is condemning any potential or any talk of a nuclear option. So nuclear balance and safety in the world, nuclear being a deterrent, but never ever used, because that would mean the end of the world. Second is the protection of civilian population, where I think China can do a lot to put pressure on Russia to not hit civilian infrastructure. And the third aspect is precisely the reinforcement of the principle of state sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence, which we have all provided actually to Ukraine and through the Budapest memorandum. Where Ukraine gave up on nuclear weapons, which could have been a deterrent against this aggression, in exchange for security guarantees and recognition, including from Russia. Those are the principles that we have to proceed on forward. However, of course, we also have to be mindful, again, of our values and the value system and the world order. And we have to absolutely protect them in Ukraine and in the rest of the world, because any backing away or any kind of a weak attitude that we displayed back in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea is sending the wrong message that, our collective will is not strong enough. So we, therefore, will not resist any attempt at trying to wage a war against our values and our institutions.
It seems that sanctions are actually the weapons of choice by the West. Will that continue?
Yes,
Have they worked?
And I think that sanctions are working, honestly. Everybody's saying, yes, immediately. Russia has been making money still on selling crude, they haven't really broke Russia down and stop the war, but that wasn't the intention. But Russia is hurting badly from the sanctions long term. And I can tell you one thing from my conversations with Putin when I was president of Croatia. Just to cut a long story short, we didn't even discuss NATO enlargement that much, which was one of the pretexts for this invasion. We didn't even discuss much the fact that openly in our press conferences I would support Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, etc. What hurt him most was energy, and the fact that I supported the building of the LNG in Croatia. And the amount of time that he spent in trying to persuade me not to build that LNG goes to show how important energy and the economy is for him. So having lost the EU as the biggest market for Russia, it certainly must hurt.
I have some great questions, so thank you so much for sending them in. Lord Derek, if the West gives up on Ukraine, does that raise the chances of a China invasion of Taiwan?
My short answer to that is yes, maybe it does. I think the Chinese are watching what is happening in Ukraine. They're watching Western moves and Western solidarity very closely. And if we fail to last the course, if we start to fall apart at some stage in the next 12 months, just because we can't take the costs and the pressure, then I think China will draw conclusions from that about the likely reaction should they go further than they've done already, on already bullying and intimidating and behaving aggressively towards Taiwan. And of course, it's a long-term objective of President Xi's to reunite China and Taiwan. Yes, they would draw some lessons from that.
Do you agree?
Well, certainly it would be my wishful thinking to say I should hope not. But yes, this is a huge test case that will have lessons learned for everyone, for us, for China, and for anyone else in the world.
Madam President, do you truly believe, this is a question to you, that NATO would be prepared to enact Article 5 if Russia strikes a member state?
I do believe so. I do believe so. And I do believe, looking at Croatia, I used to say a lot that had Croatia been a member state of NATO at the time of aggression against Croatia in the 90s, it would never have happened. And had Ukraine been a member of NATO, I don't think that this kind of open aggression of Russia's would have happened. And I think that the 2014 incursion that started this whole process would have been stopped or prevented altogether.
Lord Derrick, what are the prospects of a Russian victory?
If it goes on for a long time, if the performance of the Red Army now so far has been abject. They have been tactically inept. They've been strategically seem to have no idea. Morale is very low. Their equipment has been shown up to be nothing like as good as we expected. And the generals, clearly their leadership has been very poor. One imagines that they can learn the lessons of this disastrous first year and they can get better. The big advantage they have over Ukraine is they're a much bigger country with potentially a much, much bigger army, so they can keep, and they are, throw more people, albeit ill-trained recruits, and into the war. So if it lasts a long time, you worry a bit that in the end they can wear Ukraine down. But so far, they've just done, and this new offensive this year, where they no doubt hoped to make kilometres, they're making metres, if anything. So it's still going badly for them, even though they're on about their fourth leadership with Gerasimov.
Madam President, a final word. What do you think are the chances that Russia actually wins this?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Ukraine has shown that they have incredible motivation, that they are a nation and strong national feelings, that they're determined to fight and to protect not just Ukraine, but our own value systems. And they have shown incredible competence. Yes, the human resources are exhaustible in Ukraine. Most of these people have been fighting for more than a year. I do see that they're getting tired. A lot of experienced war veterans are now not there any longer for different reasons. And yes, Russia is compensating lack of quality with quantity, with the number of troops and the number of missiles that they fire onto Ukraine. But if we continue to support Ukraine with technology for which they have proved that they're so skillful in using and adapting, they have become the most experienced combat force in Europe and probably globally. So I do believe that Ukrainians are not just determined, but capable to fight to the end and win this war.
Thank you both for a very interesting panel.
Thank you.
Please welcome Anu Bradford, Henry L. Moses Professor of Law and International Organisation, Columbia Law School, Helen Dixon, Commissioner for Data Protection, Republic of Ireland, and Bloomberg's Chad Thomas.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our panel on the Brussels effect, where we'll be looking at how the EU has really become the regulator of the world. But I want to engage all of you in the audience to start this off, so if you all can get your phones out and get ready, and if you don't have the QR code yet, make sure that you have that up on your screen, because we want to start with a polling question. And this is a polling question about something that everyone in this room has been affected by, and in fact are affected by it every single day, and that has to do with the cookies that pop up when you open a website. And we have 3 questions for you, and we want you to weigh in on this. When you see this, do you think, this is great, this is the EU protecting my privacy? B, this is incredibly annoying, please make it go away. And C, privacy, what privacy is there in a digital world? And while you're doing that, I'm going to ask Helen to weigh in here with some special thoughts, her side, on what she thinks about all of this.
Well, I'm not surprised to see that the results are a majority saying this is incredibly annoying, please make it stop. In fact, this e-privacy law that governs the settings of cookies in the EU has been in place now for well over a decade and is in need of reform. That's recognised in the EU, but the negotiations for a new e-privacy regulation have been stalled now for quite some time. So I would be in agreement. It really does need reform. There are some theories that there's no need for rules around setting of cookies on devices, that it's the further processing of the data after the cookie is set that's important, and that can be picked up by the GDPR and regulatory offices like my own. So, yeah, not surprised that it's causing annoyance.
So would you fall in the B category then too, a little bit?
I would fall into the B category myself, yes.
How about you, Anu?
No, I completely agree that this is not necessarily all that the EU can accomplish and has accomplished through regulation. So it's visible and it is often annoying, but there's so much more happening on the backstage of all that that is extremely important. But this is not the EU regulation at its best necessarily.
Well, Anna, you literally coined the phrase Brussels effect in your last book. What did you mean by that?
So the term is meant to capture this global unilateral regulatory power that the EU has. So the EU is one of the largest and wealthiest consumer markets in the world. And there are very few global companies that can afford not to trade in the EU. So as the price for accessing the European market, these companies need to obey European regulations. That's not surprising. But often these companies choose that they will extend the European standards across their global conduct and their global production because they want to avoid the cost of complying with multiple different regulatory regimes. So there are benefits to standardization, benefits to uniform production. So all the EU needs to do is to regulate the single market. And it is then the market forces and the business incentives of global companies that transform that EU rule into a global rule. And that's what I mean by the Brussels effect.
Helen, you have really been at the forefront of this. It's your office that has been, from the GDPR point of view, really on the front lines. You've handed out hundreds of millions in fines in recent years. Where do you think you are at in sort of the enforcement process?
Well, we're coming up to 5 years of application of GDPR, but it's still early days because you just mentioned we've handed out hundreds of millions, actually over $1 billion last year alone, in fines and also corrective measures that we've imposed, in particular on some of the world's largest platforms. But what we're also seeing is, as fast as we hand out those enforcement measures, the issues are being contested in court, and perhaps that's not surprising. There's no big back catalogue of case law in this area of law, and we're seeing very new, novel applications and application of the law to very novel technologies. So I think where we're at is that we're going to see a lot of case law now arising from the enforcement actions the DPC has taken. We're going to see some big judgments from the Irish High Court, perhaps references off to the CJEU, and we're going to get to a point of greater legal certainty as we start to see these definitive rulings from the court that are coming off the back of very detailed, well laid out investigations my office has conducted. We're setting up the courts, I suppose, to give the definitive word on some of these big issues about data protection by design, data protection by default, how you deliver transparency to users, what legal basis you can use to collect and process personal data. So very fundamental kinds of issues.
What do you say to people who argue that the process has moved too slow? Is it because you are setting case law essentially here, that you really feel you have to build a very strong case before you move forward?
That's undoubtedly the case. I think some of the people that comment on speed understand very little about the process of conducting an investigation, the complexity of finding the facts, the implementation of fair procedures in the process. So these things do take time to do properly, and if anyone has read the 200-page decisions ultimately that the office produces to ground the kind of enforcement measures we're implementing, they will understand a little bit about the detail. That said, we all want things to speed up. We want to be able to conduct and conclude matters faster, but I think some of the issue that arises there is, your poll is interesting. What are people looking for? What is it that we're aiming for as the end result? So a lot of what we're looking at with the platforms are issues around this ad tech model, the free internet services, but funded by collecting personal data to better profile users to serve ads. What are we trying to get to? Do we want to eliminate the free model and have subscription only with data only collected to personalize the service? I think there isn't a clear end goal, and that's part of what's creating the contestation in the public's minds, but also on the part of platforms and regulators currently.
Just want to remind the audience that you can submit questions as well, so please do send us your questions and we'll try to get some of those in. Anu, what do you think has been the broader impact of GDPR for the world?
Yeah, so very quickly, just to follow up on also what Helen said, that ultimately speed is not the objective. So ideally, we can have speedy resolution of various complaints, but we can see China charge ahead and regulate technology sector with tremendous speed. But when you work within the constraints of liberal democracy that is committed to rule of law, these needs to be thoughtfully crafted regulations that are implemented in the way that really observe the due process. So ultimately, I think there is a balance that always will be struck differently when you're committed to those principles. So even with some of the deficiencies in enforcement, I would say that the GDPR has had tremendous global impact. So it has completely shifted the privacy landscape in terms of the public consciousness, the public conversations, the demand for privacy regulation, and I would say the two ways that it has really impacted the rest of the world. So one is, as I mentioned, the companies themselves, irrespective of what kind of legal frameworks they face at home, they do adopt the GDPR as their global privacy standard. So some of the biggest tech giants, whether it's Apple or Microsoft or Google or Meta, they use the GDPR as their global privacy setting. But we also have governments around the world. We have over 130 governments that now have very GDPR type of regulations that they have adopted. So we also see this kind of legislative emulation of what the EU has done. So I think that is absolutely significant.
We have the Digital Services Act, which is dealing primarily with sort of illegal content, and then we have the Digital Markets Act, which is about competition, both coming into effect soon. What will you, Anna, be looking for there as that comes into effect in the EU?
Yeah, so it's very interesting. So those are extremely ambitious regulations, and I think it's also telling of how the European bureaucracy can continue to generate regulations throughout very difficult times. So the EU has retained its ambition to be a leader for the EU, but also increasingly for the world, because the world is watching how these ambitious regulations like the DSA and DMA will be implemented and how they will change the landscape, the regulatory landscape for these companies. So I am expecting there to be not necessarily a wholesale adoption across the world, but we have many governments that are looking what the EU is doing and are in the process of introducing similar regulations or variants thereof. Then I think it'll be very interesting to see how these global companies will adjust their business practices. Will they implement the obligations of those regulations only with respect to Europe, or whether they do it globally? And sometimes it may be very difficult in today's conversation environment about which is more hostile or more skeptical of the big tech companies. If Facebook, for instance, cannot use targeted advertising, or Instagram cannot use targeted advertising on minors in Europe, can they then justify that they continue that very same practice in the United States and elsewhere? Because there will be many who say, well, you have ceased those activities in Europe. Don't you care about protecting our minors as well? And it is hard for reputational reasons, for Facebook, for instance, then to confine its conduct and the changes it will have to make to Europe alone. So I think we will see some ramifications of those regulations outside of Europe as well.
Helen, when you think about the work that you're doing now, and then you have DSA, DMA coming into effect, an office like yours, do you feel you have the resources necessary to do that work, in particular when you're in many ways up against very big-pocketed big tech companies?
So there's a couple of different aspects to that. In terms of the DSA and the DMA, they will regulate different aspects of the platforms, and there will be some overlap with the GDPR. So, for example, under the Digital Markets Acts, the gatekeepers will be constrained from sharing personal data across the various services without the consent of users. Under the Digital Services Act, I think Anu mentioned there will be a prohibition on targeting children using their personal data. So a lot of the newer regulation is going to positively impact in the direction that the DPC is also working in enforcing the GDPR. We will not be the enforcer of these other instruments, but the big challenge for us and for the Data Protection Commission as an office is going to be now to coordinate with the EU Commission in its enforcement role, with the various competent authorities in the different member states and in Ireland that are going to be taking up these roles. And in all of that, as well as the coordination burden to make it coherent and to have a coherent message to the platforms we regulate, there's also the issue of how the man and person, woman on the street experiences these laws. How are they deriving the benefits? Do they have to know, I want to complain under this regulation or that regulation? How do we make it a coherent improvement for the welfare of all users? So that's kind of a big focus at the moment.
Well, I think it says something about the work that you're doing that I believe you told me that you're going to be stepping down towards the end of the year, and your role is going to be split in three.
That's not exactly the sequence of events. In fact, last year the government has decided that they want to implement a 3-person commission as the legislation underpinning the remit of my office provides for. So that is intended to happen at some point. By coincidence, as you say, my own second and final term as Commissioner will be coming to an end relatively shortly. So yes, the future will look a little bit different in terms of the decision-making and governance model at the Irish Data Protection Commission.
Anu, I don't know if you have been following sort of Twitter's response so far under DSA, and I'm wondering what your initial thoughts are on that. Some people have suggested it's a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, so I think many of us are sort of watching to see what happens to Twitter when they have let go a lot of the key personnel that have been in charge of their
They have no
regulatory
Brussels
compliance.
office anymore.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I think it was telling that the moment when the sale finally was completed and Elon Musk was getting ready to take over the company, and he tweeted that the bird is freed. And it took a few hours for the Commissioner Breton to respond that in Europe the bird will fly by our rules. So I don't think Twitter will be immune. I think the DSA will be vigorously enforced against Twitter. And so there will be limits to how much the American sort of market-driven free speech doctrine can be implemented in places like the EU.
Helen, your office had a draft decision on Meta last year regarding the transatlantic data transfers. Can you give us an update on where that is, and what I think the final decision should be coming fairly soon, and sort of what we can expect from you there?
That's right. And I was actually thinking of this whole issue of EU to US transfers when Anu was talking about the Brussels effect, because no doubt her thesis is correct. Europe has exported not just its standards, but people say its moral view of how data protection and data privacy should work. And we've certainly seen that tension as an office over the last number of years, because of our particular involvement in this issue of EU to US data transfers, where you see sometimes a very negative reaction, particularly when the Court of Justice of the European Union struck down the Privacy Shield in 2020. You see a reaction on the US side of who made the EU the boss of the world, and why does it get to dictate what US national security agencies can do in terms of collection of personal data. So you're right, that case that is central to all of that context is coming to a conclusion very soon. It's an investigation the DPC opened on foot of that CJEU judgment back in 2020. And ultimately it will decide whether Meta's, Facebook's, rather the Facebook service transfers from the EU to the US are lawful and whether they can continue. So the final decision will issue from my office before the 12th of May.
I want to change subjects to AI, which is something that everyone has been abuzz about. Anu, what will you be looking for from the EU when it comes to regulation?
So again, the EU is here taking the lead. It has, the Commission has proposed a very ambitious AI regulation that is now moving through the legislative process, and we are expecting to have the regulation out still finalized this year. Obviously now with the arrival of ChatGPT, there has been kind of a wrinkle in the legislative process when the European lawmakers are trying to decide how to think about this variant of AI and whether these large language models could be considered high-risk AI applications, which would then subject them to rather elaborate regulatory requirements. So, but regardless, I think there will be a solution to that, potentially, for instance, that there's no sort of generic labeling that the ChatGPT type of technology would always be considered high risk, but when it is applied in a high-risk settings, then the regulatory obligations would kick in, but that remains to be seen. But regardless, the EU will charge ahead, and there will be an AI regulation coming out of the EU. And it's really interesting because now the entire world is discussing how to regulate the AI. And there are very few voices, even among the companies, who would be prepared to say that we do not need to be regulated. So there is a lot of demand for a template on how to regulate AI, and I think a lot of the regulators are looking into the EU's leadership here as well. So that, I think, just tells us that Brussels has tremendous influence, and it can be good or bad. If the EU gets it right, it has the potential to get it globally right. But if the EU gets it wrong, also those deficiencies or misguided regulations may have an impact outside of the EU.
Do you think, Helen, with AI, it moves so quickly, can the regulation keep up?
Oh, I think I fully agree with Anu. It needs to be regulated, and it's about figuring out how to regulate it properly. I think there's been a little bit of a focus in recent weeks only on ChatGPT, and of course, in reality, there are thousands of equivalents of OpenAI's ChatGPT coming onto the market, so it isn't just about one company's product. I think the issues span much broader, of course, than data protection. There are copyright issues. There are issues about whether an individual could be defamed by what these generative AI large language models are producing. There are all sorts of issues as well as data protection issues. For the Irish Data Protection Commission, where we are at is trying to understand a little bit more about the technology, about the large language models, about where the training data is sourced, looking a little bit at understanding first so that we can come to a view, first and foremost in terms of our own remit about the application of the GDPR to it, but we also want to contribute to broader discussions about the risks and about other areas of law that converge in AI. So I think it's early days, but it's time to be having those conversations now rather than rushing into prohibitions that really aren't going to stand up.
Anu, some say that the US and China is where people innovate, and the EU and Europe is where people regulate. You have a different view, though, I know. Tell us about that.
I think there is merit to that argument in many ways, that the EU has become, its global superpower is that it is a regulatory superpower, but we do not have many big European tech companies. So there is this very entrenched perception that it is because of regulation the European tech companies have not managed to succeed here. And I'm not willing to sort of defend that all regulation is good. I think there's regulation, for instance, that is protectionist or that is stifling. But I do not believe that because of the GDPR, there are no big European tech companies, or because the EU has been ambitious with its antitrust regulations. So I believe that there are other reasons that explain why the EU has a lot of work to do in order to also regain its place as an innovator. But I would rather lay the blame with other issues, mainly the lack of a completed, integrated digital single market. It's very hard for European tech companies to scale in Europe. We've talked a lot about yesterday in the sessions about capital markets union. So it's a very different environment to raise money for startups in the EU. There's not the same depth and integration in financial markets as there are in the US. I would single out punitive bankruptcy laws that really deter risk-taking. In Europe, failure is often fatal, whereas in Silicon Valley, it's the rite of passage that you move on and start fundraising again. And finally, and this is, I think, really important, the Americans, in contrast to Europeans, have been very skillful in harnessing the global talent to fuel their innovation ecosystem. And the Europeans haven't managed to replicate that. So there's, I think, a lot that Europeans need to do, but ceasing to enforce regulations like the GDPR or pulling away from the ambitious antitrust enforcement agenda, not going ahead with thinking about AI regulation, that's not, to me, where the primary problem lies.
You've said, though, that there is a risk that the EU could fall into protectionism. So what do you have to be careful of there, do you think?
Yeah, so that does concern me. So in the Brussels Effect book, I was defending the EU for not being motivated by this envy-driven protectionism, that's not primarily what is behind the EU regulations. But the environment has shifted considerably in the last couple of years, and I think there's much more demand for converting tools like competition policy into tools for industrial policy. The state is very much back in, whether it's in the United States or the EU through subsidies. But there is the kind of environment when the EU is regulating in the shadow of the US-China tech war that it's tempting to become more protectionist. And those voices, I think, have grown louder now that the UK is outside of the EU and not shaping those conversations from within the EU. There's much more space for the Franco-German preferences to prevail and shape that conversation. So I do remain concerned of the rise of protectionist regulation. And I think we should keep in mind that the Brussels Effect is an effective tool to export good and bad regulations alike. So if the EU turns to protectionist regulation, we can expect our companies to confront those regulations in the rest of the world as well. And that doesn't serve well the EU's competitiveness and the goals around strategic autonomy.
In our few moments that we have left, Anu, you have a new book coming out later this year. Can you give us just a quick sneak peek at what you'll be looking at there?
Oh, great. Thank you, Chad. So I have a book called Digital Empires: The Global Battle to Regulate Technology, that is coming out in September. And that is really looking the contest between the US and China and the EU to regulate technology, where we have the American market-driven view, the Chinese state-driven view, and the European rights-driven view, and how they battle for influence in the global marketplace. So America exporting its private power, its companies, China exporting its infrastructure power, and the EU exporting its regulatory power on technology. But I think ultimately the big question that the book takes on in the end, that what the battle ultimately culminates in, is what happens to liberal democracy. And I think that battle can be lost in one of two ways. So one is if the EU and the US will lose the horizontal battle to China, and the world is turning to digital authoritarianism. But also, if the US and the EU lose their vertical battle to tech companies, and ultimately we have the tech companies and not people like Helen regulating the digital economy, that's also not a victory for democracy. And I think few of us would think that China will lose its battle to its tech companies, but we are not yet sure if we have found a way for democratic governments to effectively govern technology. And I think that conclusion, that there is no democratic model to do it effectively, would be very unsettling. And I think a clear message that the US and the EU cannot lose that battle.
Helen, you will be stepping down later this year after a decade on the job. What advice would you give to your successor?
Well, I suppose we've been talking a lot this morning about exporting our regulation, and the Irish Data Protection Commission is central to that EU export in terms of our enforcement role and our advocacy role for rights in particular. So I suppose the advice I would give is that while I sit here as a national independent supervisory authority, that recognition of the role of Ireland and the Irish DPC as being global in effect, global in reach, and having global stakeholders would need to be embraced by my successor. I think I started too late positioning permanent staff out in Brussels, which I'm just now doing this year, in acknowledgement that the European Parliament, the Commission, a lot of NGOs and other stakeholders are based there. A much broader communications campaign that takes in the global remit in reality of the office, I think, would be warranted for attention by my successors.
Successors. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Please welcome Antoine Vanier-Jones, Head of Trade and Supply Chains, Bloomberg NEF.
We've done a lot of talking over the last day, and we'll do a lot more discussing around supply chains. A lot of it has been around the short term, around geopolitics, around various crises that we've seen over the last few years. But there's one area where this is going to remain front and center for years to come, and that's energy, and that's clean energy more specifically. This is a facility that's owned and operated by CATL. It's the world's biggest battery maker. This is a facility that's located in China, and in many ways it's a vision of the past. It's a vision and encapsulates sort of decades of targeted investment, of technology transfer, of supply-side, demand-side incentives, and really targeted industrial policy. And it's really facilities like these that have provided the backbone, economically speaking, for the energy transition, the proposition that it offers today, and the rocketing decline in costs that we've seen for solar, that we've seen for batteries. So those highly efficient, integrated value chains that we have today also have a flip side, and that's one of extreme concentration. So you can see here, this is where capacity is located as of for most of these sectors, August 2022. And when we look across the parts of the value chain that are so vital for batteries, that are so vital for solar, the share that's located in China is over 70% for 11 of those. And that is seen by some as a bit of a vulnerability. It's enabled those cost declines. That's been vital and is incredibly important. But at the same time, having so much polysilicon concentrated in just a few Chinese provinces mean that, like in August of last year, when you have droughts and a power crisis, prices go up and the cost of solar goes up too. So we saw polysilicon prices reach 11-year highs in August of last year, and that had a big impact on developing solar projects globally. There's a big increase currently in the amount of investment that's going into building supply chains, building out supply chains and manufacturing factories in clean tech. And this is showing all the different sort of subsectors too that we saw in the last slide. And while this is a small fraction of spending compared to the over $1 trillion that was spent on the energy transition last year, it's a fraction and a share that's growing steadily and quadrupled over 4 years to reach around 79 billion in 2022. And that spending's ratcheting up, but what's also increased is the share of new facilities by their capex, so this is by their investment associated with those facilities that came online in the year that's shown. That's in China. So 96% of new solar factories for polysilicon, ingots, wafers, cells, modules came online in that country. And the share for the energy transition writ large is above 90% for new facilities across the board. So we've seen all this talk about nearshoring, about onshoring, about friendshoring, about localization. But right now what we're not seeing is a real shift in terms of new factories and where they're coming online. Could that change? Well, there's the vulnerability picture. That's something people want to reduce this concentration. There's also a political imperative, a perceived one, to create jobs, to accrue value locally. That's at the heart of the Inflation Reduction Act that was enacted in August of last year. So Joe Biden set out over $360 billion of spending over the next 10 years is what's estimated. In effect, because these are tax credits, they're uncapped, it could be far in excess of that figure. You could be seeing, according to certain estimates, even double that spending over that period. It's a lot of money. And a lot of that money is going into deploying technologies like solar, wind, carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, electrolyzers. It's also going into R&D spending to push the technological frontier. And it's also going into manufacturing. So many incentives are offered across the board with all of these production and investment tax credits that are being offered by IRA. But these ones are only valid if you're building in the US. So they're highly targeted. They make up a large share of production costs for the most part, and they target really every important bit of the value chain for some vital clean technologies, everything from wind turbines to batteries to bits of solar going well upstream. And that's had an impact. Investors have taken the bait. What we've seen since is a wave of announcements, just like we've seen for semiconductors after the CHIPS Act, after IRA. We've seen a wave of new announcements for new battery and EV production facilities, topping 57 billion since August. And those are new facilities that are being planned across North America, but much of that's concentrated in the US. Europe wants to do something similar. So the EU has also staked out its plan to build out, so not just with recent days we've seen the enactment of some important provisions as part of the Fit for 55 package, which is EU's driving climate package. We've also seen really mapped out sort of the ambitions that the EU has in terms of accruing local value for things like batteries. And on the face of it, it's looking pretty good. You can see demand for batteries coming from EVs, from stationary energy storage, for example, well in excess of proposed targets, well in excess of demand when you look at battery cell facilities that are planned. But these are just announcements. These aren't projects that have reached FID. And increasingly, that pipeline is looking brittle. And one of the reasons is because of concerns around the impact of IRA, the impact of the Inflation Reduction Act, the fact that those incentives offered stateside appear far more generous and easy to access than what's being offered in Europe. You've seen a number of EV makers, battery makers, Tesla, Northvolt, to name two, come out, make announcements that maybe they're delaying investments in facilities in Germany, for example, or maybe shifting and pivoting towards the US in terms of plans for expansion. So that's led to a response. There's been immense pressure on the European Commission to come up with something convincing. What it came up with a few weeks ago was the Net Zero Industry Act. This is a piece of proposed legislation that sets out targets that are very ambitious, as you can see here. They imply vast growth for several industries, and even in the ones where mature supply chains are mature, like for wind, that growth is considerable. And our projections of what's being planned for wind turbine nacelle blade factories is actually we see a bit of a shortfall with meeting those targets today. So there's a lot to be done, not to mention building a solar value chain pretty much from scratch in the EU. But there are certain things, and one of them is that this is a piece of proposed legislation. These aren't official targets yet. The EU process takes about a year or two to get through before anything gets passed into law. That's in stark contrast with IRA. that came in far faster than what was expected and set a lodestar for the US to act. Also, and there's various ways of picking apart this piece of legislation, another is that what's proposed today is quite vague in terms of what bits exactly of the value chain are covered. That's not the best signal for investors. And when you look at new funding that's specifically targeting manufacturing as part of this, you end up with a big fat zero. So there's vast amounts of grant funding that's available for manufacturers in the EU, and those are really substantial and make up a considerable, well, can really rival what's being offered by the US. But in terms of specific incentives, when you look across the Innovation Fund, the Modernisation Fund, the Next Generation EU Fund, the Next Generation EU Fund, we actually fall quite short in terms of specific funding for manufacturers. And that's not been changed, even with talk of a sovereignty fund, which will target a number of sectors across semiconductors as well as clean energy. And accessing that funding is difficult. Even in the specific pots of money, like the Innovation Fund, the rate of success of proposals that are take a lot of time to put together is extremely low. It's extremely competitive, it's cumbersome to access. It doesn't make things easy for accessing that money. And that's important because those subsidies are to make up a shortfall, a big delta, a difference in costs when it comes to building out factories. You can see there, fourfold is sort of the cost of what we estimate it costs to build solar factories across the value chain for a gigawatt per year rated, shown here. When you compare to China and Southeast Asia, that's a big difference. But that also can be seen relative to deployment costs, and some assumptions are shown here for those numbers, but without getting too bogged down in it, that factory spending to meet those European targets is actually quite small when you compare it to the cost of the energy transition overall, which is about 7 times more. And that's not even for a net zero scenario, that's just for a scenario where you're meeting demand at lowest cost. But there's a flip side again, there's always a flip side, and that's that deployment costs will be impacted by building locally. So these are prices for battery packs that we've surveyed. The middle lines are weighted averages, and you can see that Chinese battery packs are about a third less expensive than those that are sold and made and sold in the EU in North America. And then we can start to look at the impact on deployment, and we can start to think about, with different levels of local content, if we're meeting EU battery storage demand locally from local production, then we can start to think about the impact between different scenarios if we're relying on Chinese batteries or a mix of European and Chinese. For battery cells, that difference, and this is just for battery cells, we're not talking about anodes and cathodes and separators and electrolytes, which would boost this cost. Just for battery cells, that would increase the yearly deployment cost in 2030 by nearly $12 billion. So if we add on that bit of funding, that extra cost to deployment, then you start to get a measure of the scale of the impact that localizing things represent. So I've been talking about visions of the past, of the present. This is a vision of the future. We're going to see increasing spending on supply chains, and there are many constraints to this beyond just cost. There are material constraints, there's skills, there's know-how. Transfer of technology is not as fluid as it used to be. So there's a lot of challenges, but we really need to get the costs down and understand the economics of this. And that way we can begin to chart out supply chains for clean tech that are not just diversified, that are not just resilient, but are fit for net zero purpose. Thank you.
and Energy Policies, Enel Group. Antonio Coutinho, Chief Executive Officer, EDP Innovation. Anne Mettler, Vice President, Europe, Breakthrough Energy. And Bloomberg's John Fraher.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. So last summer, the US Congress shocked the world and the climate community when it finally came up with what emerged as the most ambitious climate plan in US history. America finally seemed to be getting serious about the climate crisis and also about the threat posed to America's industrial base by China's growing dominance in the global clean energy supply chain. But it also posed a very unsettling question to Europe, which for a long time had liked to paint itself as a green champion. Should it stick with its current Green Deal ideas and risk losing jobs in industry, or does it need to up its game? So, Daniel, maybe I'll start with you. I mean, 9 months on from IRA, there was a lot of talk about trade war that doesn't seem to have panned out. And the EU seems to be looking at a policy response that marginally improves on the Green Deal roadmap. We're seeing plans to accelerate things like permitting and production targets for heat pumps and solar panels and batteries. But it's very much sort of stay the course stuff. It's not really sort of a big new thing. Does that feel like the right response, or is the EU at risk of looking very complacent here?
I think it is the right response. I think we forget that the EU and the US are in very different stages of their decarbonization, of their energy transition journey. The EU is ahead in terms of stability. The course in the EU in terms of targets has been steady for a number of years. The only thing we have seen is increase in the ambition of the EU. In the US, that has been very different. Again, we have operations, as Anna, both in the EU and the US, but also in other areas of the world. And so we're investing in both regions. So I think when one compares these two policies, one should really think that we're talking about different things. The EU, at this point, the main challenge of the EU is not so much economic, it's a challenge of the framework, a regulatory framework, how you get acceptability in local communities, infrastructure. So in that sense, that's where the EU should be focusing on. The program that has been mobilized, I think there's I'm aware that some of the interpretations also, the previous presenter gave maybe a bit of a different picture, but if you look at some of the authoritative papers, then also by Bruegel, they see quite an equivalent between the two packages in terms of the volumes. Mm-hmm. Where we really see the difference is the intensity of the incentives. In the US, they're definitely a lot more generous, and it's going to be very interesting to see that. But the US needs that because they are further behind. Right. They need to convince investors that there is a will to go forward. So at the moment, we see them as a good response based on the fact that there are different parts of their journey.
Mm-hmm. And I'd like to bring you in on this. I mean, we'll talk a little later about clean tech. You, of course, work for Breakthrough Energy, which is founded by Bill Gates and one of the world's preeminent clean tech investment funds. However, in a previous life, you've also worked in the European Commission. You worked on the internal strategy report for President Juncker, so you know how the European Commission thinks. Can you give us a sense of, how the EU likely saw the IRA when it was first unveiled, and how do you assess its progress to date in responding to it?
For me, it was actually at the time very surprising how negative the EU responded, because, of course, for many years we wanted the US to get in the game, and then they got in the game, and we felt very threatened. And I think one of the mistakes that the EU made, it didn't understand sort of what was really the very essence of IRA. Because we think of it as subsidies, but in reality, it's an investment program. And this is ultimately what then became very threatening, because a lot of European companies were thinking about investing in the United States. And I think what we didn't understand is just the attractiveness was really, it was built around positive incentives, the IRA, whereas in Europe, we oftentimes believe more in sticks, right? The European green policies have not been built around really encouraging investments. I would also argue that the IRA really speaks to business in a way that very few EU programs have done. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I think what was really important at that point, that the EU really get what made this so threatening, is because it was going to move investment, it spoke to business, and it really sort of got the US in the game in a very accelerated manner. And then, and this is maybe where I disagree a little bit, I think that the response was a little subdued and confused, because, simply there were too many. There's the Green Deal Industrial Plan, there's the Net Zero Industry Act, there's the critical Minerals Act, the Critical Raw Materials Act. Not even I can follow all this. There is the energy, the electricity market design reform, all launched on the same day. And I often joke in Brussels, sort of, give me the elevator pitch, what this is about. And it would be very difficult to do. So I think we needed a couple of really hard-hitting incentives that would be able to counter the US, because of course the additional challenge that Europe has is also a comparatively high price of energy. So, I think we needed something really hard-hitting. So I say the response initially, maybe it's a good start, but we're not quite there yet.
And we'll come back to the clean tech part later. But over the last 9 months, especially towards the end of last year, there was a lot of noise from European companies, both big ones like VW and also smaller companies like Climeworks or whatever, saying, look, we're really going to have to think about moving some of our operations to the US because the incentives are just too good. Has that petered out a little bit? Or, how worried are you that that will become a reality?
Honestly, I am not worried, because the fact is that the transatlantic marketplace is already a very dynamic place. And just because a European company invests in the US doesn't mean it ceases to be a European company. You will be able to confirm that. So I think some of that is exaggerated. In fact, I would argue now would be the time that Europe and the United States should be talking about sort of a transatlantic clean marketplace where we would really look to align at an early stage of these development of some of these technologies, how we can work together. The previous session was about the Brussels effect. Does it make sense for Brussels to have one definition of what is green hydrogen and the US another one? I would argue no. And I say it as someone who used to work in digital technologies, where I saw the US go one way and Europe another way. And frankly, it was very detrimental, particularly to Europe. We must make sure that this doesn't happen again in clean technologies.
Antonio, do you share that? I presume you would share the hope that we would get this transatlantic sort of clean tech accord or whatever you want to call it, but do you think that's likely? Tensions seem to have abated a little bit over the last 9 months between the EU and the US over clean tech policy, but how worried are you that they could resurface?
I'm kind of in the middle on the positions. On the US side, I think it was, as usual, a very pragmatic approach to climate policy. So if you cannot enact a comprehensive climate policy, you just go through a climate investment-driven policy, and that does the trick. On Europe, we tend to look things to a more kind of comprehensive things that goes from the industry side to the market design side to even labor, and so it's a more long-term kind of sustainable approach to this is the end game of the net zero. So encouraging the two ways, talking with each other, and looking into the short term and the long term, I think that's the right way to have a more balanced approach. Because at the end of the day, the majority of these investments are long-term lived. Right. So you better have a good understanding about what to do. But I think we need to, go a little bit back and try to get a real perspective on what we are talking about. So last year, the world invested 1.5 trillion on clean tech, on clean investments.
Which was also the first time it matched the amount of money put into fossil fuels. That's the optimistic.
That was a big change. Yeah. Okay, and it was a 30% increase from the previous year. But if you go to all the roadmaps, all Bloomberg New Energy Finance, IEA, and so on, they are all saying that we need between 3.5 to 5 trillion a year until 2050. So we need to take that in perspective and see in a 140 trillion economy. So it's massive. It's really massive. And there will be a lot of competition, not just between geographies, but also between industries. So we were talking about tech. We need to talk about defense, healthcare. We are going to compete for materials, for labor, all these things to make to make the green transition a reality. That's a challenge.
So I think we've laid the table here for the sort of frame the debate. And I think this is a good point in the conversation to raise our poll. So we have a poll for everyone in the audience to respond to on your phones. The question, which I think should be popping up on the screen, goes as follows. The hundreds of billions of dollars in new US and EU green subsidies will A, make a meaningful dent in global carbon emissions, B, be too late to stop us breaching the Paris targets of maximum target of 2 degrees of warming, or C, end up proving to be a waste of taxpayers' money. So far as 50-50, we'll see. I'm going to turn to Anne while the numbers sort of settle out. So we've talked a lot about the nitty-gritties of policy here. But of course, there is a huge, there's a very exciting part of this as well. I mean, the tech part of this, the new clean technologies that are coming onto the scene are, we talked about a gold rush in the title of this panel, and this really is a gold rush. The new edition of the Bloomberg Green magazine is all about this, and you can see a lot of our coverage on the Bloomberg Green website, so I encourage you all to take a look. But, the US obviously is always seen as the melting pot of innovation, where all the exciting things happen. In Europe, what do you see with your sort of breakthrough energy hat on as the sort of the most interesting areas where things are happening?
Well, in general, and if you look sort of across the innovation cycle, Europe always tends to do quite well in the early stages, so the R&D and sort of early deployment. And this is where I would look from the perspective of breakthrough energy, where I can tell you a lot is happening. And the clean energy transition really also plays to Europe's strength, which is we have really good universities. We have expertise in deep tech, in industry, process innovation. That's not so easy to replicate. So there are amazing projects going on at universities. We need to help them to spin out. There's also amazing companies here. We've invested in companies, and we're looking very carefully across Europe, and there's lots of opportunities. So early stages of innovation cycle, very promising. The challenge in Europe has always been the scaling up and commercialization. That's a different topic. Not sure we can get into it. But the other area I would say is we have great energy technology companies in Europe that are very well established. And I would still say that this is where we have a competitive advantage vis-a-vis the US, because, of course, we didn't start thinking about clean tech since yesterday. I mean, Europe, in the early days, solar and wind was stood up in Europe, right? I mean, this is important to remember. We've been thinking about these issues. We've been working on these issues for a long time. And your companies are some of that product, right? I mean, there are unbelievably good companies, sizable, established companies in Europe, also energy technology companies. So I would say where Europe can play is sort of in the established companies that are now also looking to invest in the US, and sort of the early stages. What Europe really needs to focus on is, as I said, the scaling up, the commercialization. A lot of that has nothing to do with technology. It's much more about the market dynamics, the lack, I mean, what hampers Europe is the lack of a coherent single market. It continues to be very difficult. And of course, in today's dynamic, and I assume you will speak about China later, that, market size is really important, which is why I'm arguing for this transatlantic approach to clean technologies, because the fact is both Europe and the US are behind China in some of these areas. So it makes a lot of strategic sense for us to come together and to really accelerate the development of these technologies and also the deployment of these technologies.
So it sounds like you are worried about a brain drain, that the IRA will accelerate a brain drain from Europe to the US.
Potentially, but what I can tell you is the Europeans, and I spend a lot of time with startups and with people who work in labs, they're in it with their heart, and they also want to live in Europe. You don't just go to the US because there's an incentive, right? I mean, as I said, we have decades of experience here, and some of these entrepreneurs that I meet, I mean, they're nothing short of inspirational. They want to be here. They want their companies to succeed here. So we must do everything we can to help them thrive here in collaboration with others. But honestly, I wouldn't in the short term expect a huge brain drain, because you don't just live in a place for incentives. I mean, Europeans choose to live here for a variety of reasons, not just incentives.
So we have our poll results. It looks like it was a polarizing question, so it's almost split down the middle, 50-50. But it will make a meaningful dent, and will be too late. So I think what we're going to have to do at the end of the panel is the very last question. We're going to have to be the tiebreakers. So think about what your answer to that question is, and we'll see if you can break the deadlock. Daniel, actually, I'd like to pick up on that point about new technologies in Europe. You're a big Italian and global utility, but you head energy and climate policy there. What do you see as those interesting clean tech innovation strategies, companies emerging in Europe?
Well, I think innovation will come where you less expect it. There's a big focus on hydrogen. Hydrogen is a fairly established technology. If you look at it, and we're having real challenges in the transport, which again is just pretty consolidated, and in finding the space to do renewables. There's a big hype on CCS, which has been around for a number of years. They're both technologies that are very exposed to a very high risk of stranded asset. I think it would be more interesting to look at the more, on one hand, the more disruptive technologies. I'm thinking 3D printing, which could completely change the way we manufacture our goods and the energy intensity of that process. But not only the energy intensity, because I think one of the things that we're missing out here is that we see an acceleration because there's a perfect storm building up. It's not only climate that's going to drive all that money that we need and that acceleration. It's going to be other drivers. In Europe, this year we went from an average in the last 5 years of 27 gigawatts per year to 53, plus 60%. Why? Not because of climate, but because of energy security. China, if you look at why China is installing all those renewables, is it about climate? No. It's about energy security, and it's about air quality. Air quality, big driver in China. Same thing if you look at countries like South America, Chile. So I'm saying that when we look at innovation, we have to look at a multi-dimension matrix. The next big challenge, and it's emerging in Europe, is air quality. Air quality strikes at the heart of urban dwellers. And the air quality in European cities is really dismal. And so when we look at innovation, we have to look at it multidimensional. Going back to your question, I think it's going to be the marginal innovation, the work that we're doing on batteries. We thought cobalt was the only way of getting good batteries. Today we know that is different. So that's, I call marginal. You're looking at improving technology. And then the more disruptive one, especially, we still are not exploiting enough the intersection between the energy transition and the digital world. How do we get behavioral change in a meaningful way? Again, we've seen a lot of behavioral change this year in Europe because people were motivated in the right way. We've run some simulations on our decarbonization pathways projects in Enel, and if you change the model of transport, putting more pooling of resources, more intelligent transport in there, it can reduce emissions drastically. So I think we have to keep more an eye on these technologies that don't require a huge investment, but they require more creativity. And I think that's where in the States they have a competitive edge in market creativity, in business models, in models that are ready to fail. A startup in the US is always ready to fail. You're not a successful entrepreneur until you have failed 5 or 6 times. In Europe, no. We're a lot more sort of focused on we need to get it right, and even if it takes us 10 years, but we want to get it right. So let's look at more at that universal small innovation rather than focusing on these big silver bullets that may not solve the problem, but may create the risk of stranded assets. And that's how in Enel, for instance, we looked in CCS, we gave it up 10 years ago, and we don't regret it. Other technologies like that, the risk is too strong for stranded assets.
Very, very quickly, because I want to talk about China, but 5 seconds. 10 seconds.
Just to add to this, 70% of the emissions are covered by 15 technologies. It's from a report from McKinsey. And I think it shows that this is not a technology problem at the end of the day. So it's a problem of innovation, but not a problem of technology, and we tend to equal innovation with technology, which is not the case. It's a lot about changing the way we consume energy, because electricity only represents 21% of the global energy consumption. So if we put all renewables, if we decarbonize all electricity, it's only going to be 20% of the emissions. So we need to electrify the economy. And to electrify the economy, we talked about yesterday, aviation, mobility, and so on, but heat, industrial heat, it's a big change, and we need a lot of innovation on bringing up customers to change the way they consume energy. So, and also on the labor side, sorry.
So we have 3 minutes left. I really want to talk about China very quickly. So the columnist Adam an economist, Adam Tooze wrote in a column recently that when we talk about EU and US, the differences in EU and US climate policy, we're talking about the vanity of small differences, when really the big thing we should be talking about is China. I mean, in many ways, IRA and the Green Deal, they are also part of an industrial policy to contain China and to sort of push back China's dominance of the green tech supply chain. But when you look at the numbers, when you look at just how much of the supply chain for batteries, for solar, for cars, comes from China, I guess the question I'd ask you, Anne, I mean, is the battle already lost?
It cannot be lost. I would say that we are at least now wrapping our minds around what needs to be done. I know that people look at the production targets both in the US and in Europe with great skepticism. However, in Europe there's a vibrant debate about strategic autonomy. You cannot be strategic, exercise strategic autonomy if 90% of your solar panels, 70% of your wind turbines, almost a large chunk of your batteries come from a single country that is so clearly not in our sphere of influence. So what I would say is that if I was still advising the president of the European Commission, I would say there are certain basics. Europe is a resource-poor geography, period, right? So I think we really need energy efficiency on an industrial scale. We need substitution. You spoke about there is the ability to build batteries without cobalt, without a lot of rare earths. This is happening in Europe right now. I know the companies who produce them. But we need to scale, commercialize. We need to build new markets. Circular economy, recycling, all of that needs to be done now at an industrial scale, as well as substitution. If I had one piece of advice to the people who manage R&D budgets, it's look at substitutions. We are too dependent on these critical minerals from areas where, frankly, we don't want to be engaged in. So we really need a completely new approach, process innovation, looking at new materials. So there's also lots of opportunity here, I have to say, and by no means is it lost. But I do think Europe and the US, to a very large extent, are in the same boat, which is why we need to talk across the Atlantic about these issues.
Danielle, Antonio, do you want to get in on a final thought on that? I mean, you're both part of and run chunks of big utilities in Europe. How much do you worry that the solar panels and the wind turbines and all of the minerals going into the products that power your energy are coming from China? Is that something you actively think and worry about?
I mean, you need to think about the resilience of supply chains. At the end of the day, if you need to make investments and so on, you need to make sure that you have the goods to deliver. And I think that the current time shows that it's difficult. But at the end of the day, the question is global. And it's better that the three blocks try to work together in a way to deliver the targets that are challenging to mankind.
I would agree. I think it's an issue of diversification. Obviously, this crisis has shown us how diversifying your supply is important. That obviously has a bit of an impact on the economies of scale, on procurement, because for obvious reasons, but we'll find a balance, and we're not worried. We're looking into it.
Okay. And now, as I said, the very final thing, we need to be the tiebreakers on the poll question that I asked. So I'll repeat the question very quickly. Hundreds of billions of dollars in new US and EU green subsidies will A, make a meaningful dent in global emissions, B, are too late to stop us breaching the Paris targets, or C, end up proving to be a waste of taxpayers' money?
I think they're a catalyzer, and it's one. So they will make a dent because it's a catalyzer.
Okay.
It's going to activate a process.
I agree it's a catalyzer, and I think we underestimate what can be done in 10 years.
I agree. Definitely, because we are still strong in innovation, and if we bring these innovations into the world, we will cut global carbon emissions.
Optimism wins. So thank you so much. We're taking a coffee break now. I think we're back at 11:20 when we'll be in conversation with Taoiseach Leo Varadkar. See you then. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome An Taoiseach Leo Varadkar TD, Ireland, and Bloomberg's Stephanie Flanders.
Taoiseach, thank you so much for joining us on the last day of this conference. We had a pretty nice dinner last night, but I think yours might have been even more star-studded. How was it?
It was fascinating. Sorry I wasn't here. I would have loved to be here with you for the dinner, but I believe Ms. Donoghue did a good job at filling in for me. So it was in Hillsborough Castle near Belfast, which was a dinner hosted by Prime Minister Sunak to really thank the architects of the Good Friday Agreement. So Prime Minister Johnson was there, Prime Minister May, all the previous Secretaries of State, the Clintons, Senator Mitchell. So yeah, it was quite the
we were talking about the opportunities for selfies were really mind-boggling.
Well, thankfully not that many people wanted a selfie with me, so it wasn't the full onslaught.
You get to photobomb some of the others.
People way above my pay grade there. So
you have spent. It must have seemed like quite a long commemoration of the Good Friday Agreement. It feels it's been running for a while. I guess we're at the end now. 25th anniversary. Do you think the Windsor Framework will get a 25th anniversary?
I think it will, but it's not the same thing. The Good Friday Agreement ultimately brought peace to the island and allowed us, opened the door to a lot of investment and a lot of prosperity, particularly south of the border, but north of the border as well, and opened the door to a lot of social progress, reversed decades of outward migration, for example. Windsor Framework is important, but it's a technical arrangement around trading and customs.
Of course, it's an outrageous comparison, I guess. But I guess the point is, does it effectively resolve the question marks around the post-Brexit relationship?
Yeah, I believe it does. It's now been agreed by the EU and the UK. Nobody's calling it for it to be reopened or renegotiated, not even the DUP. The issues that they raise are issues that are bilateral with the UK government. So I do think it gives us a settled, agreed trading arrangements and relationship for Northern Ireland. And now we need to work on getting institutions up and running, but that won't involve reopening the Windsor Framework. But what I would say, though, is that none of these things are necessarily the final word on the UK's trading relationship with the European Union. We do know in the next few months they're going to start their checks on imports from the EU. So that is going to affect us and affect anyone who trades with the UK.
It's always in a few months.
Yeah, well, they might put it off again, but sooner or later it's going to happen, and we have to, accept that reality. Brexit will never just be done. It will require constant negotiations, constant alterations to the relationship. The beautiful thing about the single market is you don't have to worry about any of that. You all have the same rules. The relationship with the UK, I think, is going to be a bit more like the relationship we have with Switzerland or other third countries, Norway, where agreements have to be amended and changed from time to time. But one thing I would still hope for, and it's not impossible in my view, is that in the future, a future British government, maybe not the next one, maybe not the one after that, will seek a closer relationship with the European Union again. That mightn't be rejoining. I think that's a remote prospect, but it might involve a revision of the TCA, the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, to have a closer relationship, and that's something that the door will always be open to.
You mentioned the DUP. I will get on to other things, but the DUP leader, Jeffrey Donaldson, has had an onslaught from the last couple of weeks. Bill and Hillary, President Biden, everyone putting enormous pressure on them to resolve the crisis instalment. Do you think that's going to have a net positive or a net negative effect?
I hope it has a positive effect. That's certainly the intention. But I don't think the DUP will be browbeaten or bullied into doing anything. They will make their decisions based on, on what they think is right. Hopefully, what's right for Northern Ireland and Ireland, not just what's right, and the UK, not just what's right for them as a political party. And they have set up a group under Peter Robinson, Arlene Foster's on that, others that are advising them on what the next step forward should be. So there are local elections in May, but Prime Minister Sunak and I will be working towards a window after the local elections to try and get the institutions stood up. Very keen to talk to all the 5 major parties about that. Let's not forget that there are 5 major parties in Northern Ireland. The DUP is important because it's the biggest party representing the unionist community, but not the only one, and has 20-something% of the vote, and we shouldn't forget that. And I do think that the new executive, if it's going to be set up, will need help from the 2 governments, political help, financial help, and we're up for that.
But all this international attention on the crisis and all of this pressure on the DUP, if that doesn't work, what is going to work?
Well, Plan A is the only plan that we have at the moment, and that is to stand up the institutions, the Executive, the Assembly, the North-South Ministerial Council under the existing rules. I don't think direct rule from London is an option. Nobody wants that. Nobody thinks it would be viable. Certainly not for long. And nobody thinks that a new set of elections would necessarily change things. So, Plan A is the only plan at the moment.
All right, I want to talk to you a bit about Ireland. We've seen, and we talked a little bit this week about the tax revenues pouring into the coffers. For those of us who were here during the crisis years, which don't seem very long ago when the IMF were here, it seems like an extraordinary turnaround. How are you going to spend all those billions?
Well, first of all, we shouldn't forget why we have all those revenues. We have full employment, we have incomes that are much higher than the EU average or the world average, and we have successful companies, Irish and multinational companies, that have big operations here and pay a lot of tax, and that's why we'll have a substantial budget surplus this year, and probably will next year too. But I think any time we talk about the surplus, we shouldn't forget the debt. I've heard a lot of discussion in the last couple of days and couple of weeks about Ireland's budget surplus, maybe 6 billion this year, maybe 10 billion next year. We have a debt of 250 billion. And on a per capita basis, our debt is quite high. It's about 45,000 per person in the state. So, if you're running a household budget, it's great that you can set aside a few €100 a month if you can, but you don't ignore the fact that you have a debt of 250,000 euros over here too. We always need to bear that in mind. Yes, we will reduce income taxes. Yes, there will be a welfare package in the budget to help people with the cost of living, particularly pensioners and people on social welfare. And yes, we will be able to invest more in capital and infrastructure, and so we should. But it's also important that we set aside some of that windfall gain and that we pay down the debt, because sooner or later it will come to pass that revenues fall. Might be 3 years, might be 6 years, might be 10, who knows. But I don't want a future government to be in the position that we were back in 2011 when my party came to office and we'd no other choice but to raise taxes and cut spending and cut pay and reduce investment. We'd no other choice, and the IMF were in town, the Troika were in town. So what we're not building up is a rainy day fund. What we're building up is an anti-austerity fund, so that when that day comes, when revenues fall off, we won't have to cut pensions, we won't have to increase income taxes, we won't have to cut back on investment. And that's the way I'd like people to see it.
In terms of what you've considered to be the windfall this year, how much of that are you hoping to save, to put away? Because the comparison with household falls down a bit because the household doesn't have to get re-elected. There's not conversation in the household about a possible early election. Are you really going to be able to squirrel it all away?
Not all of it. So we'll make those decisions, obviously, at budget time in October. But we'll put some in reserve for future pension liabilities, for example, future healthcare costs. We've a growing ageing population. We will use some to increase investment in areas that we need more investment, like housing, for example, our hospitals, education, and there will also be a tax and welfare package in the budget. But we have put some aside already, by the way, the 6 billion set aside already in a strategic reserve fund, and we are going to see our debt, both in cash terms and as a percentage of GDP, fall over the next couple of years. And that is about insulating us for future shocks, because yes, the next election is important, and that is when the electorate will judge us, but future generations judge you too. And nobody's going to thank a government, in 6 years or 7 years or 10 years that could have prevented another boom-bust cycle, that could have prevented that kind of pro-cyclical economics that leads to austerity. And I don't want that on my conscience in 10 years' time or 15 years' time.
When you said the next election is important, I almost thought you'd said imminent, and I thought that's
it's
great.
Not
we've
imminent.
We've got our story for the. But one thing, I mean, you talked about helping households, and you're going to have the tax cuts. The European Commission, as you know, has kind of put every country on notice that they want to see those subsidies, that's energy subsidies and support for households, phased out by next year. Have you thought about how you're going to do that? And which side of the election it might be?
Yeah, well, in terms of the help, and there's help in place for households and businesses with their energy costs, that does depend on energy prices. And we are seeing the price of petrol and diesel fuel fall, thankfully. And I would anticipate that we'll see the price of electricity and gas fall as well. But we're not going to withdraw those things too quickly. Because businesses do need help with their energy costs. Energy costs are high in Ireland relative to other countries for lots of reasons, and households continue to need that help as well. But I think one thing we have seen, inflation is slowing, but I don't see overall prices going down. I think what we've seen is a permanent shift upwards in the cost of things. Energy might come down, but overall prices are not going to come down to where they were. So when you see an overall increase in prices and the cost of living, it's not unreasonable for people to say that I should see an increase in what I'm paid, an increase in what my take-home pay is after tax. That is something we can afford. And also what we'll focus on a lot in Ireland is bringing down the cost of some of the things that are very expensive in Ireland. So take childcare, for example. Very expensive in Ireland. It's a barrier to a lot of parents getting back into the workforce. We've cut childcare fees by 25% this year. We want to do more next year, and that has lots of benefits. And we cut the cost of public transport, for example, and that's resulted in an increase in people using buses and trains, and they're the kind of things we want to make permanent.
One of the big obstacles, I was listening even on the radio this morning, Good Morning Ireland, the obstacle to the solution to the childcare shortage in some ways is more people.
Yeah.
How are you going to be supporting that sector and other sectors who are really struggling to get people?
Well, everyone is struggling to get people. I come from a background in the health service, and we've had a recruitment and retention challenge in the health service for as long as I can remember, but now it's across the board. It's public sector, it's private sector, it's poorly paid jobs, it's well-paid jobs. Everyone is struggling with recruitment and retention, and that is because we have full employment. It's a much better problem than the opposite problem, which is unemployment. And I think we need to acknowledge that. So, just increasing salaries and improving terms and conditions won't necessarily solve the problem when you have full employment. So what we need is more people who are available to work. And that involves migration. We have a pretty liberal work permit regime in Ireland to bring in skilled people from overseas. It does mean activating and training up people who currently aren't in the workforce and helping them into the workforce. And that includes people from disadvantaged backgrounds, people with disabilities who would like to work but can't work for various reasons. And all of that really is in train. And that's kind of where things like childcare and equality in the workforce are important as well, because a lot of parents, particularly women, but not always women, leave the workforce earlier than they want to, find it hard to get back in, and aren't able to work the hours they'd like to work or get the promotional opportunities they want to work. And that's an area where we can change too. And one of the things we brought in is legislation now in the gender pay gap. So companies have to say what their pay gap is, explain it, and try and improve it. So I think all those things can bring more people into the labour market, and that will help.
Just going slightly more international, and also for this audience, the OECD International Tax Treaty, which obviously the Biden administration had quite a lot to do with, Ireland had been very concerned about being forced to raise its corporate tax rate, but that's now going to happen, go up from 12.5 to 15.
Only for companies with a turnover of 750 million or more. And that was important for us, that it would apply to large companies making substantial profits, not your SMEs.
But do you think that's going to make any difference at this point, given the fair wind you've got from tax revenues and from companies coming into Ireland? Are you actually worried about that now, the impact of that?
Well, as you know, the agreement has two elements. One is the minimum rate, which we've signed up to and will introduce from next year, and the other is the way the base is calculated and where taxes are booked, and that's the one that might have a greater impact on us, because companies maybe booking revenues here in Ireland that under the new rules they might have to book elsewhere. So that's the area where we could see a reduction, and we're conscious of that.
When you're conscious of it, have you got any internal estimates on what kind of impact it might have?
Yeah, we do now. The most recent estimates we just put out there the other day show corporation profit tax receipts continuing to rise over the next couple of years, but we have a figure of about 10 to 12 billion a year in corporation profit tax receipts that we consider to be windfall or maybe windfall. And that's roughly about half of the corporation profit tax we receive. But it's very hard to project these things. We've modernised and reformed our corporate tax laws quite a lot in Ireland over recent years because we want to stay inside the international framework. We're not a tax haven. We don't want to be perceived as a tax haven. So we've got rid of things like stateless corporations. We've got rid of things like the double Irish. We closed a lot of loopholes that existed. We're now increasing our rates. And every time we seem to do it, more money comes in, whereas people expect less money to come in. But someday that will happen.
If you start boasting about that at international meetings, I think everyone's going to start hating you. But so there's been a lot of conversation this week about the US and China, how Europe is able to position itself. Pascal Donahue talked about it last night, the importance of engagement with China. We have seen, not just in the remarks actually, but in the response to President Macron's remarks about China, that these sort of differences in tone and approach among different European countries towards China can really unnerve people. How important is it, do you think, for the Europeans to have a united sort of view on their strategic approach to China?
I think we should have that, actually, and we don't have it to the extent that we should. Something actually raised at a recent European Council meeting that something we haven't really had a long discussion about at European Council among the Prime Ministers is what is our view on this emerging competition between the US and China, and it's something I don't think Europe wants to get stuck in the middle of. I do think President von der Leyen puts it very well in saying that our objective should be not decoupling, but de-risking. So Chinese investment is welcome in Ireland. Trade with China is very important. We don't want to enter into any sort of political conflict with China. They're a competitor. They're also a partner. But we do need to bear in mind that there are potential risks, and that's around certain raw materials. We don't want to be overly dependent on any third country for raw materials that are essential to us, certain products, and also certain security issues.
It's another area, though, where you may end up having kind of unexpected consequences from the fact that the European Union is not a unitary state. You have individual countries reassessing their national security and potentially economic relationships as a result of that. And that's not something that's technically in the purview of Brussels. So do you think there's going to have to be some adaptation around that?
Look, it is difficult to do. We have a common foreign and security policy, but it's done by consensus in reality, not by majority vote or by QMV, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. But when faced with challenges, Europe has come together, I think, better than people thought it would. Has really come together over Ukraine, has really come together when we had to work together on the pandemic, particularly when it came to procuring vaccines and so on. Really worked together when it came to Brexit. People were surprised at the level of solidarity among 27 member states. So I think we can do the same on China.
We seem a really long way away from that.
Doesn't necessarily require a treaty change.
Yeah, we seem quite a long way away from that. Well, you talked about Ukraine. Obviously, it's caused all of Europe to reassess its strategic approach to Russia, but also the way it thinks about its own national security. Your government has started a public consultation around neutrality, which is such a long-standing feature of Irish foreign policy. Is everything on the table in that discussion in terms of the aspects of neutrality?
We're certainly not going to try and confine the conversation or the discussion by saying that anything is ruled in or ruled out. It's certainly not the intention or the plan of this government to apply to join NATO or any military alliance. And that is very clear. There's no party in the Irish Parliament that advocates that. But definitely the invasion of Ukraine has changed things. Ukraine, non-aligned, neutral country, was invaded. Other non-aligned neutral countries like Finland and Sweden have now decided that they're safer in the alliance, that not being in the alliance makes them a softer target and puts them more at risk. Our geography makes that a bit different. We're on the far side of Europe, but there are things we're definitely going to do. We are going to increase our own military spending, our own capacity to defend our skies and seas, and we are going to engage in greater cooperation. So we're part of PESCO, we're part of the European Common Security Policy, we're part of the EU battle groups, for example, and you're going to see more cooperation, I think, at a European level involving Ireland, and as well as that we are part of NATO's Partnership for Peace, and we'll be renegotiating that partnership arrangement over the next couple of years. And I think that's the space where we're going to be in, being better equipped to defend ourselves, and then secondly, greater cooperation with the European Union in particular.
I mean, opinion in Finland, as you know, did almost a full 180 on NATO membership. You would never have predicted it 2 years ago.
I know.
And now they've gone in with majority support. Actually, opinion here is kind of 50-50.
It's not, no. Like
depends on the poll.
Yeah, there hasn't been that many polls done, but I think it's more. I think support for joining NATO would be more around maybe 20-30%. But again, even in Finland and Sweden, there were always political parties that were well disposed to joining NATO. If there was any party that would be doing that, it would be mine, and we're not. So we're not proposing to join any military alliance. But like I say, very determined that we cooperate more, particularly within the European structure, which is PESCO. And to be honest, that will be a difference between the government parties and the opposition parties, because the opposition parties want to weaken our relationship with Europe and want to take us out of PESCO, out of those security arrangements. And I think when the election does come, European policy for the first time actually will be an issue in Irish politics, because you have the three government parties that are very pro-European, want more integration to a point, and you have a left-led opposition which is more nationalistic and wants to pull out of some European programmes, and that's a decision the Irish people are going to have to make.
But you'll spend more on that security relationship, you think? If what you're talking about in terms of the deepening relationship, there'll be more money.
Yeah, we'll spend more on our own defence forces. And again, money not the problem there. Recruiting and retention, very much a problem.
Are your European allies sort of pushing you in that direction? Do you feel a pressure to be more supportive?
No, not really. Not really. No, I certainly never felt under any pressure in that regard. You know, having attended European Council meetings and Council Ministers meetings on and off, that they understand our position on military neutrality, but they also respect the fact that we're not politically neutral. And you know, if you see how Ireland has contributed to the effort in Ukraine, whether it's accepting 80,000 or more refugees who now live in Ireland, more so per capita than any country in Western Europe, and also we do contribute to the European Peace Facility. So, you know, we're helping to assist the government in Ukraine and in Moldova to push back against what Russia's trying to do to those countries. We don't use the money for lethal weapons, but they can use the money, for example, for fuel, armour, medical equipment, rations, all of those things. So perhaps an Irish solution.
Will you go along to any of these consultations, discussions around?
I might do now. It's going to be led by the Taoiseach, Micheál Martin, but I'd certainly be interested in observing them, definitely.
Taoiseach, thank you so much for joining us. I know you've got a very hard stop, so I must get you away, but we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Been a pleasure. Thank you.
Please welcome Jamie Rush, Chief European Economist, Bloomberg Economics.
Well, hello everybody. I hope you've been having fun over the past couple of days. I know I have. Now, I thought I'd start by taking you back to the beginning of my career, a bit before the global financial crisis at the UK Treasury. And back then, the job of an economic forecaster seemed pretty simple. We looked at these wiggly lines and we tried to predict where they would go, and it helped an enormous amount that they didn't wiggle too far from baseline. All you needed really was a PhD in economics, and you do a passable job doing an economic forecast. Things have clearly changed quite a lot in the subsequent years. Being an economist is not enough. You need to be an armchair virologist. You need to be a political scientist, a climatologist, and there are even some of us masquerading as military strategists. The point is that the interdisciplinary wisdom is required to be able to even have a hope of getting things right. Why has the world become such a more complicated place to forecast? Well, I think some of you would agree with me that it has something to do with the political ideologies and the splits we are seeing across the globe. We cannot coordinate ourselves at the global level in a way which delivers stability. Clearly, strategic rivalries didn't cause the pandemic, but they do have a role to explain why China's economy opened a year later than everyone else's. Think of vaccine nationalism. And also why the supply chain crunch was so as bad as it was. So what we're seeing is that crises are coming together, they are amplifying one another, and really with quite staggering results. So what this first chart shows, it's always the most humbling chart to show, is some of the consequences of the crisis that we've seen. The blue line shows our forecast for inflation as of mid-2021, peaking at around about 3 to 4%. We were wrong by a massive order. In fact, we saw inflation of closer to 10% at the global level. Clearly, big implications for the economy. It caused a huge squeeze on household spending power, and central banks' response to the inflation crisis has obviously squeezed the economy further. So we're now forecasting that the economy will be about 3.5% smaller than it otherwise would have been by the end of 2024. So essentially, we've lost a year's growth. Now, I just want to focus on a couple of questions for the short term and a couple of bigger questions about the longer term outlook. So the first question is about where inflation is likely to settle. Now, we all know that headline inflation is coming down relatively swiftly, but the real question is it going to land at 2% or 3%, or is it going to land at 4%? And when we look at the tightness of the US labour market, it's hard to see it coming down below 4%. Why is that the case? Well, what this chart shows is labour costs, which is wages adjusted for productivity. It's what matters for businesses when they set prices. And those are rising at the fastest pace that we have seen since the early 1980s. So, very big change. What we're not going to see then is that core inflation settles until we see a change in the labour market in the US. And that isn't, at least it's not evolving right now. In Europe, what we've seen is not so much on the wages side, but we have seen that businesses have taken advantage of the inflationary environment to fatten their profit margins. And so what this chart shows is the contribution to inflation of the prices of stuff that we produce here in the Eurozone over the past 2 years. The blue bars are profits, the orange bars are wages. Normally, profits don't contribute very much to inflation at all. These blue bars should be very small. Instead, they account for almost 5.5 percentage points of the increase in the price level of stuff that we produce here in the Eurozone over the past 2 years. So until we see a change in the pricing strategy of companies, again, it is hard to imagine that inflation on an underlying basis is going to come down. And that's what we see for the UK, for the Eurozone, and for the US. Our forecasts show core inflation staying in the 3 to 4% range all the way out to mid-2024. And that means a couple of things. It means that interest rates are likely to go up further from where they are now. It also means that interest rates will stay high across this year unless we see something dramatic happen. So what's the probability of that? We're looking very carefully at how interest rates are affecting the economy. We know they are feeding through to borrowing costs for people's mortgages, for businesses, and we're seeing it start to show up in the supply of credit in the US economy. This chart shows that small banks are now reducing credit at quite a fast pace. Large banks are now getting on the action too. For the Eurozone, we see that credit conditions are tightening very fast. So this is the Bank Lending Survey. It's something that Philip Lane, the ECB's chief economist, mentioned just at this very event on Tuesday, saying that it's going to be pivotal to the ECB's policy decisions over the coming months. What we see is that credit conditions are tightening, similar to what we saw during the sovereign debt crisis. And I can draw a similar picture for the United Kingdom. Again, we're seeing credit conditions tighten, and at the fastest pace since the global financial crisis. So we are seeing that monetary policy is transmitting, and it is going to have an effect on the economy. The question is, are we going to see a recession as a result? Now, when we plug some of these changes into models that we use to forecast the probability of recession, this is for the US, we get some very high numbers. In fact, our models tell us that there's a 100% chance of a US recession at some point this year. Can we believe those models? And I think we need to think about two things, two elements of this. The first is that these models are trained on history. And over history, the banking sector was not as well capitalized as it is now, and people didn't have as much buffers in terms of their savings as they currently do. So maybe there's reason to believe that the implications won't be quite as severe as they have been in the past. On the other hand, the shift in expectations for interest rates is without precedent. If you think about the Eurozone, people expected interest rates, or people in markets expected rate, to stay at zero for pretty much forever. Now, long-term interest rate expectations are closer to 3%. So there's a balance here. Our view is that the US will enter a modest recession at the end of this year, and that the Eurozone and the UK will basically stagnate for the rest of this year. A couple of questions for the future. We've talked just very briefly then about the impact, the short-term impact of higher interest rates. The long-term impact is going to be absolutely colossal. What marks this cycle out from other ones is that it's not just that people now expect interest rates to be higher now, it's that they expect interest rates to be higher permanently. And this has huge implications for governments and the fiscal position. I've picked on Italy here. It shows our debt to GDP forecast based on interest rates that prevailed in early 2022. If we change nothing else about our assumptions, but just put in the new interest rate path assumed by markets, the picture is vastly worse. And I've picked on Italy, but you can actually apply the same logic to quite a few countries. The US, the UK, France, Italy, Japan, they're all going to see debt servicing costs as a share of GDP rise very substantially as debt rolls over onto these higher interest rates. Germany, of course, there's no problem, as ever. So what we're expecting is that if 2022 was about inflation, 2023 is about interest rates, 2024 could well be about fiscal positions and the recognition that there is a lot of hard work still to be done. The other question I just wanted to put some context for you around and put some numbers on is the topic of we've been discussing over the past couple of days, deglobalization. We heard on Stephanie Flanders' panel early yesterday morning about the regionalization that's occurring in our economy, and I've divided it into authoritarian states and democracies. And we can see that by 2030, authoritarian states will account for about a third of global GDP, so substantially more than was the case in the early 2000s, for example. And trade ties have clearly intensified substantially. What we've done, using a global model, is imagine that the world splits along those axes, and tariffs are imposed between the two blocks. And the result of that shows that we would see trade fall by about 20%, taking us back to the early 1980s. And this would have an impact on GDP because it harms productivity. It could take about 3.5% off the level of GDP. The IMF, who've imagined an even more fragmented world, think that the impact could be as high as 7% of GDP. And that's before you put anything in like geopolitical conflict, actual conflict. So I will actually leave it there. I realise that I haven't filled the room with joy and glee. But I'm an economist. You should expect nothing less. If you'd like more gloom, please go to Beco Go on the Bloomberg terminal. If you do want your spirits lifted, take a walk outside. The sun is shining, and I'm sure it'll do the world of good. So thank you very much. I'll leave you with that, and enjoy the rest of your time.
Please welcome Philip Hildebrand, Vice Chairman, BlackRock, and Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua.
Phil, thank you so much. We have 20 minutes to redo the world and talk about recession risks and inflation risks and the banks.
It's wonderful to be here. Between an invitation from you and Ireland, I couldn't resist.
Irresistible, especially when you talk about all the hard stuff like inflation. What are we getting wrong on a possible recession? Is it going to be uglier than we think worldwide?
I think the key thing to understand is there's a set of trade-offs involved here. If we want to get inflation down, we're going to have to constrain the economy and probably get to some kind of a recession, hopefully a shallow one. The soft landing idea that's been so embedded in people's minds from the Great Moderation period, I don't see that happening. This inflation environment is new, with a completely new regime, macro volatility, higher inflation. To get inflation back down is going to entail some costs, and that means we're going to have to constrain the real sector and eventually have a recession in order to get inflation down.
Do you think central banks and the Fed actually want to get back to that 2% target? Because if they don't, maybe it's more manageable. If they get to 2%, will they willingly have to crush the economy?
I think that's the key question. There's no doubt that you have to really bring growth down in order to get inflation down. Whether they will push it all the way to 2%, we'll see. I think the key is to get it to a level where you no longer have to worry about long-term inflation expectations becoming unanchored. And what we can say today, we're not there yet. So although headline inflation has come down quite significantly, core inflation remains very tight. The labor market remains very tight for slightly different reasons in Europe and the US, but nonetheless. And so we are not at the point where you can say, okay, now I can pause and see because I don't want to crush the economy too much. That's a story for the next couple of months. We're not at that point yet. We still need to now get inflation further down in order to avoid any kind of long-term unanchoring of inflation expectations.
I mean, you had a pretty incredible career. So you've been a central banker for a long time at the Swiss National Bank. Now you work in markets. What are central banks getting wrong now, and what are markets getting wrong about central banks?
Well, I think the market, at least in the U.S., is frankly, I don't see any scenario where we have interest rate cuts this year unless you had such a disaster, some new exogenous shock that would be so dramatic that we would be in a deep recession. But at this point, the idea that you have rate cuts coming up seems to me wildly optimistic from the marketplace. I think the central banks, they know what they need to do. For them, what is different from the previous 2 generations or 3 generations of central bankers is that we have been so used to the fact that every time there's a problem, central banks come and ease. This has been the kind of playbook, throughout my career, before that, after I left. Now we're in a very different environment. Central banks actually have to create a recession, in essence, to get back to price stability. So it's a complete reversal of the modus operandi, in a sense, of central banks as they've known it for the last several decades. So that's why it's not so much that they're getting something wrong. They've now acknowledged that there is this trade-off, these costs to pay, but it's a completely different way of thinking about central banks, and it's a different role. Another way to put it is they have to be unpopular now in order to get inflation back down, where it used to be you could count on them each time to rescue you, to stabilize the system, to bring support. And that has shifted. And I think many people, even in the markets, have not quite understood in my mind how much we are now in a different regime compared to the last 4 decades, effectively.
So it's almost an easing bias in the markets? How would you describe it?
In the U.S., yes. And I think it's this idea, this almost pre-programmed idea, when there is a problem, i.e. potential recession, central banks will come and ease. Yeah. Well, that worked as long as you had no inflation, no protracted inflation problem. But we now live in a different world for various reasons. We can come back to that. Inflation is higher, more protracted, and therefore you need the central banks to do the opposite of what they've always done. So the kind of knee-jerk reaction that the world has learned in recent decades, problem, central banks ease, has now completely been turned on its head, where the central banks have to actually tighten or run tight monetary policy in order to get inflation back down.
Just a reminder to our lovely audience that you can also ask questions through the QR code, which I think you have either on the right or the left. You talk about exogenous shocks. Is that like another banking crisis to what we've seen in March?
Hopefully not. I think we had a mini banking crisis, which fortunately was contained. I don't think Europe has a structural banking sector problem per se. In the U.S., we know that you have too many small banks. There's a deposit story, but Hopefully, with the measures that have been taken, both in the U.S. as well as in Europe, particularly in Switzerland, we can now say that we have stabilized, the authorities have stabilized these concerns around banks. And so hopefully we can avoid any kind of systematic banking crisis. Certainly in Europe, I don't really see, you can always get surprised that I've been in this business long enough to be humble, but I think at this point, I'm not particularly worried about a kind of systematic problem in the banking sector.
How will we look back on the month of March? So is it the fact that we can change and transfer money so quickly, is that going to be looked at by regulators, or is it a story about rising interest rates?
I think it's mostly a story, in a way, a fairly traditional story. When you raise rates so quickly, and when government bonds re-rate so dramatically and so quickly, you have to really pay attention as a risk manager, right? That's true whether you're a treasurer at a bank or any other risk manager. This changes kind of fundamentally the market outlook. It's certainly true that technology probably has accentuated some of these deposit outflow stories. I mean, we've lost, the banking sector globally has lost 800 billion, a bit more than that, of deposits in the last year, which is a remarkable number. I don't think anybody could have anticipated that a year ago. So there is something that went on. I don't like the story, it's because of cell phones. I think that's too simplistic. There were some serious mistakes made in terms of strategy, in terms of risk management. Do we live in a world where things move more quickly than in the past? Probably. Will we have to readjust some of these liquidity ratios and regulation? That's undoubtedly going to happen, to say that our assumptions on liquidity were probably too optimistic, and they came out of the 2008 crisis, and we'll have to revisit that, and I'm sure regulators will do that. So it will mean at the margin that banking becomes a bit more expensive, a bit more difficult, and probably a bit less profitable, which of course is the second force that now exerts pressure on the economy, in the sense that if we have, on the one hand, higher interest rates, and at the same time, tighter credit conditions, tighter financial conditions, the banking sector that provides less lending at the margin, that will be another force that leads into this contraction of the real sector that hopefully over time will get inflation down.
Do you think the business models of banks will change because they'll have to offer more to depositors to keep them with?
Yeah, it's a very good question. In the old days before 2019, if you had, for whatever reasons, deposit outflows from banks into money market funds, let's say, which is what's happened to a large extent in recent months, the money markets, people like us in the capital markets, would ultimately bring that money back into the banks. With the reverse repos that were introduced, it's a technical matter, but in my mind very important in 2019 to make monetary policy more efficient. That money does now not end up back in the banks, but ends up on the balance sheet of the central banks. And so when all that money came out of the deposits into money market funds, the asset management industry or the capital markets basically can now deposit that money at the Fed. So there is a kind of structural decline in deposits and in attractiveness of having assets in banks, which again at the margin tells me that banking is going to get more expensive, and therefore probably, at least in the short term, we'll have a bit less funding that comes from the banking sector into the economy, and that again will work in a restrictive sense on the real economy.
When you look at the markets, and I don't know whether this is an exogenous shock, or when you raise interest rates from 1% to 4, 5, maybe 6%, what else do you think breaks?
Well, we have written about this extensively, and the way we tried to paraphrase it is to say cracks will appear. It's very hard to predict exactly where they appear. I don't think many people would have said it's going to be one bank or two banks in California and the big bank in Zurich. It's hard to predict where these cracks appear. What we do know, we have not seen an increase in rates at that pace and as aggressive as we've seen since the early 1980s. So this is a new phenomenon. And, cracks have appeared. The question now is, will more appear as the economy slows? What has not really happened yet, we are not yet in a recession, or at least not yet in a visible one that you see in the data. Profit margins or profitability, corporate profits continue to be pretty robust. And at some point, as the rates feed through, as tighter credit conditions feed through, as the banking system retracting a bit feeds through, at some point that's going to weaken the real sector, and then you start to see more cracks. Where they will be is hard to tell. The two favorite ones that people mention are commercial real estate or the re-rating of private market assets as these prices adjust to where public market prices are. Those are two, candidates. There can be others. I think the key is we have to be cognizant that as this tremendous tightening feeds through the system, hopefully inflation will come down. We're seeing that at least as far as headline inflation goes, but we will also quite likely see other pressure points, other cracks that can appear in that kind of environment.
So you were instrumental in 2008-09 in putting together the government response at the SNB, also to get UBS through turbulent time. What was March like seeing Credit Suisse just disappear?
Well, it brought back a lot of bad memories. Personally, obviously, although it's quite a different story. Back in 2008, it was really kind of a surgical strike. There was a cancer in the balance sheet, which was well defined. Turned out to be 40 billion of bad assets, and we came in with the help of the government as a central bank and basically took it out. So it was a kind of, think of a cancer surgery. You go in, it works, successful, and it's over. This was much more complicated in that it was a kind of a slow-burning, I would say, probably the best way to describe it would be loss of confidence in the business model and probably also in management. So it's a very different set of circumstances that led to a similar kind of weekend. From what I know, and obviously only from outside, in 2008 we had the benefit of having been added in terms of preparatory work much longer. This was a really hard one to tackle because it came quickly at the end. It accelerated very, very quickly within 1 week. There was enormous pressure given where the global system was to come to a solution essentially over the weekend. So I think given all that and given where the authorities were at that point, it seems to me that the government in particular has done a very good job, not just for Switzerland itself, but also for the global financial system. And particularly, I think, a full resolution, at that point, given where the system was, at that point would have been extremely delicate. So I think the government handled this as well as you could have. The question now will be, how does this settle, and how does UBS position itself going forward, given quite intense political discussions in Switzerland around competition, around size, and many other issues. So, this story is not over, but the emphasis has now shifted to what UBS is going to do with it, as opposed to what the government did. And I think the government handled it under very difficult circumstances very well.
How will UBS do it?
I don't know. I think, as always in life, particularly when you face complex things, it's all about execution. You can talk about difficulties all day long, but in the end you have to execute. This will be a big execution story. I think it's a culture story. The chairman of UBS rightly, in my mind, has indicated that these were two very different cultures, which makes any merger is difficult or any acquisition is difficult. When you have two different cultures, it makes it more difficult. So it's mostly going to be about execution, and then I would say wisdom in terms of how they handle which is admittedly a national discussion. It's not really an international problem, but a very intense national, very emotional national discussion around this very large bank, this single very large bank that's now in the country, in a country that has always historically had several large banks. That's a big change for the population, for politics, and we'll see how UBS handles this. I think it's early days. There are various options, and we'll see how they steer this. I think the chairman of UBS is extremely experienced and will have acquired a taste of the national context, and I'm sure will steer the strategy, in a sense, in an appropriate direction.
I mean, I ask you this every 2 years. Are we going to see more consolidation in Europe? I don't know whether this was something that spurs it.
Well, we've just seen a big one, or at least it's in the making. This is if you take the aggregate banking landscape in Europe, this is a pretty meaningful consolidation. My guess is the consolidation story right now, the focus will be more on the U.S., on what will be the results, the consequences of changes in regulation, going back on some of the deregulation that was introduced in 2018, and how will that impact the landscape of thousands of small banks in the U.S.? To what extent will we see consolidation there in light of what happened in the U.S.?
I have two great questions from the audience. One actually asking how well are the priorities of the financial sector aligned with meeting Paris climate targets?
Well, I think the key issue on this is government policy. Right? I've always said what the financial sector can do, whether it's the banking sector or the asset management sector in different ways. In asset management, it's not our money, it's our clients' money, so we have a fiduciary role that's a little different than running a balance sheet in terms of credit decisions if you're a bank. But in both cases, the financial sector will respond to what the politicians do on climate. And what I've always said, finance can and should be an accelerant in a sense, or an amplifier by way of reallocating capital towards technology and new enterprises that will make up a decarbonized economy. But the direction has to be set by policy. And I think the COP will be a very important moment in Abu Dhabi to determine where do we have levers that policymakers can use in order to kind of set a clear strategy on how they intend to get there. And the clearer that strategy is, the clearer the decisions are that politicians make, the more finance can play the role that it can play to be an amplifier by reallocating capital. What has really bothered me in recent months, really, or even longer than that, is this kind of notion that politicians, in a sense, can step back from the challenge and just say, finance, you fix it. I think that's the world upside down. Finance or the economy as a whole basically follows the direction set by public policy. So I think it's really important, and one key issue here, which perhaps is somewhat symbolic, but I think actually very important, particularly for the developing world, where the biggest climate challenge changes exist, is can we reform the World Bank Charter? Can the rich countries get themselves together to think about how to allocate their capital into the World Bank in a different way so that we can use the World Bank and the MDBs more broadly as a way to incentivize more private capital to be mobilized for the vast sums of investments that will be needed, particularly in the developing world, in order to give them a chance to both develop and at the same time reach the climate goals. I think if the rich countries fail in doing that, and I do believe this World Bank reform in a sense can come to a head or should come to a head around the time of the COP, I think you will just see more and more of the kind of global south type of dialogue that says, well, who are you to tell us what to do? Where are you when we need your help? Where were you during COVID? Where were you during other episodes in recent years? This, to me, is one of the worrying things that we are seeing a lot of division, fragmentation. It was just mentioned in the earlier session, between, in a sense, what's now often referred to as the global south and the rest of the world. And climate, in a sense, and the COP is an opportunity for the rich countries to kind of step back into this game with clear commitments, and then you can have financial markets, amplify the trend.
I mean, there's things that financial markets can price badly or wrongly, but are pricing. There are things that they're ignoring. I don't know where the debt default in the U.S. Where will it happen, and what happens to markets?
Well, it must not happen, to be honest. There are very few countries that have never put in doubt the sanctity of their sovereign signature. If you actually look at the history of finance and countries, very, very few sovereigns have never defaulted. Two of them are Switzerland and the U.S. You don't want to change that. The fact that the U.S. has never defaulted on its debt is a basic anchor of financial markets as they exist today. There was a time under Hamilton, the historians here will know that, there was what's called an assumption, but a formal default has never occurred in the history of the United States. And very few countries, to my knowledge too, there may be one or two others, but have never defaulted on their debt. This is a critical anchor of the financial system. You don't want to mess with that. And all we can do, I think, collectively, all of us, is to pray that everyone in the United States understands how important the sanctity of the sovereign signature of the leading currency, of the leading bond market, of the leading economy in the world is. And this is not something you want to mess with. So I think that the short answer is it must not happen.
Philip, thank you so much for your time. Philip Hildebrand there. Now, thank you also to all of our audience joining us this morning and for your great questions. It is time for lunch. That's good news for everyone. There's a buffet in Sika. You can also grab and go outside the plenary hall. Now, do make sure that you join our breakout sessions, including Overcoming Cybersecurity Threats, Green Mirage, and Enterprise Ireland's How to Build Resilience in the Face of the Polish Crisis. Now, the breakout rooms are just down the hall from the plenary, and then we'll see you back at 2:15 p.m. to hear from the Prime Minister, Ana Brnabić, of Serbia to kick off our afternoon programming. So have a great lunch, everyone.
Thank you very much.
you.